Mr. Nasimuddin. Please give your hand. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Nasimuddin and Ms. Tanit Gupta. Now let me introduce the players of the match, and this will be accompanied by the beautiful students of the Delhi College. Let's welcome our first player, Radhika Shamil. Indian ranking 2207, seeding 1. Radhika, a young girl from Chennai, representing India. Please give a round of applause for Radhika. Now let me introduce our second player, Navia, India ranking 448 from UP, India. Please give a round of applause for Navia.
Did I get that right? Good afternoon and welcome to this special live streaming of the HCL Squash Tour Indore 2024. We bring you the women's quarterfinals. First up, it's going to be Radhika Seelan against Navia Sundararajan. Two of very talented players in India, having made into the last eight. Should be a good game, Ashwin. And welcome to this live stream. Lovely to have company in the studio, Ashwin.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure commentating with you. It's going to be a very exciting game. There's an age gap between the two players. Navia is only 16, Radhika is 23. Both are young. There's going to be a lot of quality golf on display today for sure, because both are extremely talented girls.
Yeah. Sometimes it happens with thinking golf and playing squash,
Oh,
but but it's fun. It's life. Similar sport, I guess, where you're hitting at balls. Although golf is a stationary ball, but squash perhaps demanding a lot more from the players and trying to get them to think a lot more because you're competing against someone rather than just against the conditions. Going to be again very interesting, Ashwin, to see what experience of Radhika does against the energy and enthusiasm of Navia, who's only 16, as you pointed out.
true, sir. And also, squash demands you can't put a foot wrong in squash. You got to be on the ball all the time. No pun intended. You have to maintain the control over that tee. So the opponent's job is to ensure that they push you off balance, both mentally and physically, and make sure you're running all around the court and don't regain control of the tee. You also have to make sure that you're not in the way of your opponent while you're addressing that ball. So a lot of things to keep in mind, and these girls are excellent at all of this. So
A quick word about HCL and squash. It's a pretty strong partnership that's been on between HCL and the Squash Racket Federation of India. Squash is definitely looking up, especially with it coming into the Olympic fold. A lot of Indian players will be looking forward to giving up their best, although there are 4 more years before Los Angeles happens. But all the Indian players will be excited because India has been a force to reckon with on the world tour. We've had terrific doubles competitors. Only last week we had this national doubles championship revived after 17 years. Uh, Again, to see some of them back on the squash court and in the Delhi College in Indore is great. Players want competition all the time, and since you've done a lot of golf, Ashwin, you know players want to play every week. Here's what. Here's how the first match of the day has started. Quarterfinal, which is expected to be very competitive.
true, sir. This 4 year time lag that gives, thanks to HCL's effort, gives India enough time to produce the kind of player who will win a medal at the Olympics. We've got 4 more years to go, as we know, for the LA Olympics. So this is perfect timing, and there are 4 more of these tournaments scheduled to be held this year. So it's excellent news for young squash players in India.
Right, we're getting to see already Navia doing well, using a longer reach, and putting Radhika under some kind of pressure. Quite intense the play here, with the court being used in all its dimensions by the players, getting them to move around a little bit, both in forehand and in backhand, and it's good to see them strive to put the other under pressure.
Correct. And Radhika has taken control of the front part of the court, as you can see, and Navia is controlling it from the back. So let's see how this proceeds.
This is a sport that demands a lot of understanding of the angles, how the ball would react to a certain shot, and where it will go. So you need reflexes and anticipation, apart from, of course, using a lot of knowledge that you've acquired with practice over a number of years. Beautifully played that.
Excellent, excellent shot from Navia.
HCL squash tour with 2024 women's quarterfinal match. Angeles involving serve. Nirupama Dubey of India to receive. Best
You know how to put pressure. That was a good serve, and Radhika is already up 5-2, racing away to a good lead.
one love.
Make that 6-2.
You sometimes have to get under the skin of the player. You have to start thinking like the other to know what you're going to be doing. And I think if Navia's got to make a match of it, she's got to start thinking about what is it that Radhika is going to do next to try and anticipate that and then have a response ready. If you're going to be down 2-7 already, it's going to be a steep climb from here on for Navia.
Well begun is half done, so that's in favor of Navia. Also, with all the technology and all the information these new players have at their disposal, they know each other's strengths and weaknesses a lot better than was the case about, say, 15, 20 years ago. So each one.
Yes, Ashwin. With the Indian Triathlon and Squash Academy in Chennai being the hub of all squash action, some of these players will be familiar with how the senior does or what the juniors got, what specialty the junior. But at 10 to Radhika is quite there and thereabouts and dominating the match as you would expect a senior player with lots of experience.
Looks like she's just running away with it, Navia.
She's got that first game, 11-2. Quite comfortable after being down 2-0. I think Radhika had conceded a couple of easy points to begin with. She just warmed up, and Navia perhaps has to find solutions to a whole lot of problems because Radhika is using all her experience to make Navia run around a little bit and put her under pressure, getting to run across the court and both back and forth. So quite a challenge for the younger player, but the great lesson, Ashwin, in match play, in understanding what needs to be done to when you're up against a senior player with a lot of experience, wily as she is, Radhika.
So, with all your experience in sports journalism and management, what do you think of? Do you think Radhika is under a little bit of pressure playing against such a young player? Because the younger you are, the less you think about it. You just go out and.
Absolutely, but you can't think of that pressure, Ashwin. You're right. When you're up against a younger player, and the expectations are that you will win comfortably, you put yourself under some pressure. Actually, you're playing the ball. You're not playing the opponent. And if you can remember that, I think a lot of things become easy. It's only when you start playing the reputation of a player, whether it's a senior player or a junior player, or you're playing against your anticipation of someone else's extra energy, then you find yourself drained because you're thinking too much. And I think what Radhika has done so far in the first game is to focus entirely on her strength. And after being left to down, she's come back and won the 11 straight games and quite comfortable at that because she's playing the ball. She's no longer worried about whether the opponent has got more energy than her. And she's just using her experience to dominate the game.
7-6.
Turning out to be a long rally. Beautifully played. Lovely drop that from back of the court. Sometimes you start wondering where your next point is going to come from, and then to be able to fight it out and last it longer. So Navia just picked up that first point in the second game.
9-7.
And Navia is also using her better reach. She's a little taller than Radhika, so she's using that reach to good effect, and that's what she would require to do with the kind of ball placement Radhika is subjecting her to.
Absolutely, but the senior player is back. She's serving again at 2-1. You can see how she's making her run around a little bit, using deception as well at some point of time, and using power at other times. It's a lovely angle
11-7.
to watch from. This one especially, from really low on the right. Perhaps one of the longest rallies of the match that ended it with Radhika taking up that point with a lovely shot.
Also trying to make sure you're not in the other player's way, because that will cost you a stroke.
4-1.
That is equally important.
At 4-1, Radhika will want to continue the good work that she's turned on court so far.
4-1.
To be able to turn up and bring your A game, irrespective of the opponent, is the challenge. And it's lovely to see how Radhika has fared so far. Challenged severely. Radhika has come up with the right kind of answer, but the ball dropped in front of her, and so it's going to be 2-4, and Navia serving now in the second game.
Play to resume in 60 seconds.
The challenge for younger players will be to maintain consistency, Ashwin, and if you're able to find that consistency, this was a let, of course, and that's why she's serving again. The challenge is to get that consistency going. You can't be winning just 1 point at a time. You would want a string of points so that you can put the opponent under pressure.
Also, Radhika seems to be playing to a plan, and that's helping her a lot. She's really studied. Oh, there.
She's dictated the game. This is an unforced error, getting a backhand and not getting the ball to the wall. This is
Single.
what she's right now. Younger player, obviously age is on her side, but at 15, when you have national champions answering to the name of Anand Singh, and at 16, you will be under pressure because you're being assessed against the yardstick that Anand is. Not fair, perhaps, on the younger players, some of the younger players, but that is how the sport is. It can be cruel at times, and you will be compared. But Anand is a bundle of energy. We haven't seen a lot of that from Navia so far. She's played well in patches. Needs to find that spring of point.
Expectations. The expectations are everything, and they can affect your game. But you have to be mentally strong enough to overcome them and pick up the game.
6-4. Navia serves in the second game. Radhika is 1 game up.
Beautiful shot.
You can see that she's come under pressure on the backhand with the ball being low. Radhika's pinning her there. A series of points she's picked up there, asking questions of Navia on the backhand. And then coming up with something that can challenge her again on the forehand by getting her to move around a lot. She's come back to 5-7. Navia serves.
Too low.
8-5.
It's perhaps the third or fourth time she's done that in this game alone. And when an opponent gets the sense of that this is your weakness, they're going to constantly test you on that. And that is what is happening with Navia. Radhika has capitalized on that and picked up a few points.
I think Navia was trying to drop the ball short and get her opponent to run close so she can take control of the tee again. That's where she got it.
Beautifully played. Always having to come under pressure and then find that extra zing that you need to convert it into a point. But you can already see that at 9-6, Radhika just needs a couple of points more. And in fact, she's on 10-6 game ball.
Good comeback.
Lovely. She sensed that Radhika was quite away from the ball and placed it beautifully. I think you would want to see more from younger players like that. Good game sense. You can see spinning her on the backhand all the time.
True, sir, as you mentioned. Second game.
So she's two down, 11, 11-2 in the first and 11-7 in the second. And Radhika's had to work a little bit harder in the second game, and she's quite comfortably up 2 games. But you want to see competition. You got to see a little bit of it with some good placements from Navia. Tells you of the potential that she's got. Tells you of the intent that she's got of not going down without a fight. And I think that's what competitive sport is about, Ashwin, where you want the youngsters and even the senior player to be fighting hard and not giving away easy points.
One can take an example from Vijay Amritraj's famous victory when he came down from 2 sets down to win. So it's there's always a possibility. You just need to have the self belief, and you have the game. That's why you're there.
But it's good to see Radhika, who's the expectedly the senior player and expected to win the match. She's stayed on court and is keeping herself busy and keeping the ball warm as well. So very important for the ball to be warm and for them to get the right kind of bounce. And she's quite there. She means business and she's found a good weakness to exploit, and she's got picked up a lot of points on Navia's backhand, especially from the back of the court.
You were mentioning Anahat Singh, sir, and Radhika lost to Anahat Singh in JSW Wellington Masters in Jan this year. So technically, she won't be taking Navia too lightly because she has lost to a younger player, and I don't think she will have her bases covered.
Anahat has to be one of the more exciting players on the circuit today. She's got the game, she's got the understanding. And for someone who's only 15, she's got great game sense, and I think that when she brings to the table, she's able to dominate matches against experienced players as well. With the start of the third game, it's going to be a big one for Navia. She's got to win this to stay in it.
Oh,
Stroke to seal it. One love.
Down. 11-6, game to do. One game all.
Head out. One all.
1-all. Navia is not letting up.
So it's important for people to understand that when sport is offering you a challenge
Head out. 2-1.
and you're looking to win matches, you want to get your best. And Radhika's the time that she spent on court between the 2 games is actually helping her. She's warmed up and ready for the contest. She knows the younger player is going to come back strong. She can try and make a match of it. But she will want to win in straight games and get into rest and recovery soonest.
For the semis.
Beautiful played that. Long rally ends in favor of Navia. 2-all in the second game. In the third game, 2 games down. So here is a chance to come up with something special as she serves.
Navia is improving with every game. She's like giving a senior partner a run for a month.
She might have to do a little bit more, Ashwin, because when the senior players they've got the experience of wriggling out of tight corners, then you got to be consistent. You got to ask different questions every time. You can't be repetitive and and find the same kind of sequences. So it's important for Navia to ask different questions of Radhika and then find some solutions of her own. 3-2.
And also, sir, the blind belief of youth, not to say Radhika, they're equally young. I mean, but, the 16-year-old has very little doubt in her mind, I think, because the 16-year-old doesn't really think too much. So that might actually go in her favor.
When you push to the wall, Ashwin, sometimes you come up with clear thinking, with a calm mind, and with the right approach, you might end up finding what you're looking for with just that calm mind. And at the moment, we got to see a little bit of that as she's up for the first time in 2 games. She's up for the first time. She's leading 4-3. Okay.
Now,
Bit of a hold up there.
No leg. And out for all.
ऑटोमेटिकली क्राउड पे पैन जब भी गेम खत्म हो ठीक है ना ये बाहर निकले जब भी बाहर निकले प्लेयर को एक भी प्लेयर बाहर निकले क्राउड पे आ जाए
And out
Beautifully
for
fought.
The younger player, Navia, is not allowing Radhika to pin her onto the back foot like you had mentioned earlier, right?
It's critical that you take the learnings from each game and try and incorporate them in your game. At 5-4, she's making a match of it, especially in the third game. And Radhika will have to find something a little bit extra to win in straight games.
So this kind of talent that we have in our country and in the subcontinent, and the effort put in by HCL to promote it, this is going to help us tremendously, as you mentioned in the Olympics. Experience of playing these kind of tournaments in the next 4 years is going to hone our talent levels,
and out.
and we can definitely expect a medal or two.
Good. Always going to be a challenge because countries like Egypt and UK and Canada and Pakistan used to be very big on squash. So there will be countries, especially when it comes to Olympic Games, everybody will want a medal, will want a pie, a share of the pie, and challenge the Indians. Of course, a lot of hard work left for India because New Zealand is big as well. Good contest on screen. There is a let, and
6-5.
so now you are sort of 6-5 in the third game. It's now 7-5. You can see that she's splitting herself up. She's kind of goading herself into believing that she can
6-1.
provide the kind of fight necessary to take the match into the fourth game.
Improving with every game, getting closer and closer, and challenging her opponent.
Beautifully played back.
Excellent,
And
excellent.
out 6-7.
But
It's neck to neck now.
Out 7-2.
7 all.
quite a bit of a challenge to match grace and power. Not very easy, but when people achieve that, it's quite a spectacle to watch. I think.
While we're talking about power, how do you think squash has evolved in the last 10 to 20 years? How clearly has come into the game?
8-2.
How do you think the experience is,
You're getting to see across sport, Ashwin. You're getting to see it change. Every sport is evolving over time, and players are finding new ways in which to combine thought with power and try and outsmart the opposition. To me, I reduce all sport to the levels of chess. This is chess being played on a sport court. A bit of physical effort, more than what you get to see on a chessboard, but how you are able to outmaneuver your opponent. What kind of
Handout.
shots,
3.
what kind of placements you do, all determines how well you are able to challenge Right now, it is Navia who's calling the shots, who's dictating the pace and the flow of the game.
No net. 9-7.
Looks like Radhika is a little upset with that decision. She probably wanted a point. It's a no, the point been awarded to Navia. It's about keeping the mind on the present and not worrying too much about the referee's decision. Just focus on the
10
ball
seconds.
and play the ball on its merit and then see where it takes you. This is game ball for Navia, very creditable in the third game. She picked her game a lot and she's able to
10-7 game ball.
6-7, game ball.
at least stretch the match. Look like she's going to stretch the match into the fourth game. I don't know what Radhika's strategy in the fourth game will be, but it does look like it's going to be exciting. A little bit more than it looked when she lost the first game 2-11 and the second one 7-11.
Radhika's trying her best to pin her on the back foot, as you mentioned earlier, but Navia's not allowing it. And there it is, 8-10, inching closer and closer to her opponent.
One game point saved. Lot of effort there from Radhika to save one of those points, and she saved the second one as well. So it's 9-10. She was down 7-10. She picked up a couple of points. She's not giving up. Sometimes Ashwin, players want to go easy when they're 3 or 4 points down. They want to go easy, conserve themselves, and come back fresh for in the next game. But clearly, Radhika is not doing that. She's trying hard to end this in 3 games.
What is that going to be
9-10
now?
game ball.
That was a let. Green battle back. Both of them are making the other row around.
Oh, excellent.
But this was very well played by Navia, who won the third game 11-9. So it's 2 games to 1 for Radhika. And I think
Play will resume in 30 seconds.
3 games where you got to see a bit of a fight, a bit of a challenge, and competitors playing on level terms. Good to see the younger player fight back and not give up after being 2 games down.
15 seconds.
Made excellent use of her height and used her reach to good effect to win the third game.
Also, I think we got to see a little bit extra effort of not getting pinned on the backhand, of turning the game on its head by asking some questions of Radhika as well. Very important to not concede easy points. She committed fewer and forced errors in this game, and therefore she was able to win it. Even though it did look like Radhika was fighting back when she saved 2 game balls and then came back to serving at 9-10, but it was Navia who won that final point.
But it will be interesting, Raj, to see what Radhika does now to counter that back
Lalit.
game that she had, which her opponent is almost put to rest. So now let's see how she comes back, what she has to think on her feet, and let's see what her new strategy is to counter Navia.
Very clearly, you could see that Radhika was
Hand out. One love.
and she was slightly late on the ball, and then had to try very hard to push the ball back onto the wall. She didn't do too many mistakes, but I think the younger opponent had higher levels of energy. Depends on what's going to happen now in the fourth game. Very clearly, Radhika will want to win it. But it's very interesting to see what Navia herself does.
Let's do it.
And for the
Fourth game, Navia serve.
And one love.
Tried that little drop. Didn't work that time. So in the fourth game, the first point goes to Radhika. Very calmly done that.
That's one hell of a rally.
Yeah, it's so much movement. Now you've got to quickly get back to the tee, and from there you are moving to play the shot. You play your shot, and then you come back. Not going to be not the easiest of things to do. You have to stretch. Sometimes you've got to run. Beautiful rally that.
What an outstanding rally. The longest so far in this game. Looks like she's hurt herself. Navia has hurt herself. Was it the racket on the shin?
I think
Or is it a muscle pull? Or cramps, probably. It's a very demanding sport, squash, and it's a 5 kilometer run. Technically, 500 sprints in one game.
no, so much explosive energy is needed, Ashwin. Not the easiest of sport to play, but it's exciting to watch on your screens. We must thank our viewers for joining us on this live stream. We're trying our bit with HCL and the SRFI to promote the sport, to make it more accessible to a lot of people, so that we are able to build our champions and make them household names. We already have a few. Deepika is a star in her own right. Joshna is as well, and for years you had Saurav Ghoshal leading the charge as a fantastic singles player, and then you had Harinder Pal Singh Sandhu, who played some outstanding doubles for India. So you had some stars, but I think squash is on the cusp of becoming a bigger sport, especially with the induction in the Olympic Games. They've tried very hard to get the sport into Olympic Games, and I think India has played a big role in that. Kudos to people who've succeeded in worked hard and then succeeded in getting into the Olympic Games.
While this break is on, Raj, what I would love to ask you is how much of a role does power play in squash? It plays a huge role in tennis now. Tennis is completely power driven. And how much of a role does power play in squash? Or is it more dexterity and flexibility and movement and judgment?
I guess power does play a role in any sport. It's about how you control that power. Obviously, you need a lot of it, but how you control it and how much of it you bring into play, that becomes important, and how you channelize the power at your disposal with a lot of thinking. I think it's about the agility, it's about the power, and it's about the tactical acumen that you can bring to the court that will help you win matches consistently. Obviously, you've got to work very hard on your fitness, but at the same time, you have to be able to find the mental strength and the resilience to deal with any situation. Look at Navia, for example. She's just come back from love to down, 2 games down she was, and she's fought hard to win that third game 9-11, and then at 1-0 She's had to step out for medical attention. Not the best of things, but how she comes back now on court, if she's able to focus on playing one ball at a time rather than think about how her ankle, I guess it is, which needs attention. I'm not sure what really happened there, but I think mistakenly Radhika stepped on Navia's hip. And that's probably causing her a bit of discomfort. But lovely to see medical attention being available so promptly and to give the kind of support that Navia needs. But how she comes back now on the court and what is it that she's able to do will be very interesting to watch. But for a moment, Ashwin, I think Delhi College, we all know, is got a long history behind. Lovely to see your college have such facilities for squash in Indore and to be able to. That's very clearly there. And this is going to be a critical thing for her. Will she be able to overcome thoughts of how the ankle needs attention? She's getting ready there with that little strap on her ankle, getting ready. Tells you that she's eager to put up a fight.
You can be sure Radhika is going to give her a run for her money now, literally, because she's going to leverage this little bit of discomfort that Radhika is facing to her advantage.
Yeah, so it's good. I'm so glad that she's come back. Obviously, Radhika is going to try and make her run around a little bit more and test her ankle. But I'm sure Navia knows that will be Radhika's plan, and she might have to bring in a little bit more of her strategic skills to try and avoid that. It's not just physical anymore; it's mental, of putting the body on line and of letting mind over matter.
Mental resilience. A stronger player who's stronger mentally will dominate. Looks like she's in better shape now. 1 point down, going into the fourth game. In the fourth game.
Radhika serves. Obviously, she's
Down.
looking for
Hand out.
signs of discomfort.
1 all.
There you can already see her make her run the length of the court. With those drives and with the drops, alternating them.
There we go again.
Lovely, beautifully played. Very critical point from Navia's perspective. She'll be happy with how it has gone for her. Even though it was a long rally, she might have lost the point, but she will draw some confidence and be able to move around with the dexterity that she has done.
What a shot.
3-0 to
2 all.
You saw the anticipation that Radhika shows coming all the way. She knows that Navia is going to put the ball at the back of the court. She was quite ready for that.
And Navia also would want to run less to the front half of the court and maintain control over the back half, because that will give a little more time, and plus it will put less strain on her ankles running back and forth. And Radhika will try to make her do exactly that.
It was a long injury break for medical attention.
Hand out. 3-4.
This is the hold failing that we got to see in the first two games. She's not able to get the ball high enough, and she's playing that soft with soft hands. not being able to get the distance.
It's like the senior player is running away with it now.
The challenge always for somebody who's come back from injury for medical attention is to keep the mind on the ball rather than on the ankle. I don't know how much of it is playing on Navia's mind at this point of time, but you can see that Radhika is running away with them.
As you say, it's more mental than physical at this stage.
6-5.
There's so much backhand play, and the first time that Radhika got to play the forehand, she made a mistake. Mixing the game around was very critical for Navia. One game to two down. Navia's got to serve at 2-6.
Excellent drop shot. 3-6.
She challenged Radhika there with that drop shot, and Radhika didn't have an answer.
Stop. Stop. Call. I'm down.
Oh,
She didn't get to the ball.
some great angles there. And, but Radhika pulled one over Navia. 7-3.
9-6.
And
7-4.
out 4-7.
So Navia isn't really giving up. She's going for it, trying to win a second game and take the match into game 5.
It's one thing, Ashwin, to be able to put up a fight, and another thing altogether to turn the tables around. I'm not quite sure that she's got the game yet to challenge Radhika today, and the injury has not helped her. Beautifully done. She knew that Radhika was quite some distance away, but Radhika was able to manage getting to the ball.
मैंने तेरे को
And out 5-8.
8-5. Navia is really not giving up. She's playing those drop shots. Most of her wins have come off these drop shots because she's not really scoring in the back end. She's scoring in the front.
5-8. One game to two down. Navia is trying to fight to stay in the contest. She's got to
And
win
out
this one.
9-5.
But has she done enough? Not really. She's 2 points away from staging an exit.
We will resume in 60 seconds.
10-5 match ball.
1 point now.
And out 6-10 match ball.
A lot of work left. She's to take the match into the decider.
Oh, that was beautifully executed. And it's game, set, and match for Radhika.
11-6.
So Radhika's won 11-2, 11-7, 9-11, 11-6. quite comfortable, you would say, in the end, Ashwin, especially after that comeback in the third game. He was able to play the challenge, perhaps helped a little bit by that injury to Navia in that at the beginning of the fourth game.
Well, we have one semi-finalist.
It was 3-1. She played
Radhika
she went.
Seaman
It was very
done
close.
well to get that.
I'm happy that I was on the winning side.
Congratulations for the achievement, ma'am. Let's give a round of applause.
Radhika achieved the career top ranking of 157 on the 23rd of October 2023. The 23-year-old looking to better that effort and maybe break into the top 100. What was your take on that?
It's very important for youngsters to continue doing what they're doing. At 23, perhaps she's no longer as young as Navia is, but she's got the game, she's got the determination and to move on. But this is the innovation that HCL and SRFI are trying. We just got to see the first reactions from Radhika after she went the game. I think players will get used to this concept of responding to questions soon after they won a match. And I think this is useful. It's one way of telling the players that they matter. It's one way of telling the players that they are central to everything else. And we have to get ready for that. The men's quarterfinal between Rindu from Sri Lanka and Diwakar of India. We can dwell a little bit more on how tactical it was for a win it was for Radhika in the end.
For Diwakar, this is going to be some kind of a revenge match because he just lost to Rindu in the semi-finals of the Pune Club Open earlier this month. It will be interesting. Rindu, of course, is on a roll.
It's good that India is hosting these competitions and players from the neighboring countries are able to come in and from other nations as well are coming in and making the most of the opportunity to get some match experience. And I think HCL and SRFI together have been able to put together a tool that can evoke a lot of interest, not just among the players but among the fans as well, because the more you build it up, the more the competitions or the more the rivalries are talked about. I think the sport will rise to the next level. I think it's very critical that these steps have been taken at this point in time.
Kudos to HCL, and I think other corporates need to come up and do similar things for other sports in India to make sure we're sporting power one day in sports other than cricket.
So there's lots of sports where India has done well. Asian Games, Olympics, apart from this medal club, without being intense about sports. We all know how big athletes leadership players. But to keep the focus sharp on squash, got its share of celebrity players. We go back a long time in the 60s where we were picked up its first award for a squash player. Goes back a long time. Very interesting that some of us perhaps remain unaware that squash goes back to the time the British were around and the cantonment area we got to see a lot of squash. But back in 1961 it was K.S. Jain who picked up that particular and in the last lot it was kind of someone who won the list of awardees. The last 5 or 6 names are all wonderful names that we reckon with. I grew up reading about how Bhuvaneshwari Kumari was a legend in her time by winning a number of national titles. And then came along people like Farada Shah, Radhika, so many of them have done really well. So squash has got its own set of heroes. Over a period of time, I'm sure we will bring in stories of these players. The current lot, which is trying to make a pitch to stay in the hunt for a place in the Olympic game. the Indian team. So it's going to be interesting. A lot of these youngsters will be around from the Los Angeles Olympic Games and will be putting their hands up, wanting to be part of the team. But this is the first step that they're taking. Even as we're talking, there is a junior national championship on in Indore at the same time as the kids. And players from the under 11 stage to the under 19 stage, you get to see a lot of youngsters, boys and girls, so much energy in the Delhi college. And we got to see in the montage at the start of the stream that there are a number of young players there who want to put their best foot forward and stay relevant to the competition.
And also thanks to HCL that bringing such as the one available in Indore. Parents are going to be more encouraged to encourage their to promote golf, to promote squash and get their children to come and play the sport more, because there's going to be a lot more to look forward to, and people are going to watch this live streaming and understand the sport. Because understanding is another important. Most people don't understand any sports, so once you start watching it regularly, they understand it, they take a liking to it. And much like tennis has picked up over the years, squash will pick up. And then the sky is the limit, because the talent, India has never been short on talent in any sport. So it's going to be exciting times come LA Olympics.
For me, Ashwin, while it's important for a lot of us to understand the technicality of sport, the technique of the sport, to me, when I focus on the resilience part, when I focus on the strategic part of the game, it becomes easy for me to understand a sport. I don't need to understand what a drive is or what a drop shot is in squash, for example, or what a rail is. Uh, Obviously, those terminologies are important. But for me, and it has helped me in my 41 years as a journalist to break down a match into its simplest component, which is human endeavor, human against human, and the mind against the mind. And when you get to see the play of the mind, Ashwin, it's really fascinating. You get to end up seeing the diverse aspects of what the human mind can do. And when you stretch its ability, when you train its ability, you're ready for all comers. I think that is what we're getting to see. We got to see that with Radhika. She was up 2-0, and then we saw a fight from Navia just now, and then she lost the third game. But she was able to stretch her mind and then find ways in which to win the match 3 games.
It's going to be an interesting game. Rindu, Laksiri and Diwakar Singh. Rindu, by the way, has the unique distinction. He's the only player to have won the Sri Lankan National Championship 10 years in a row, which is remarkable.
It tells you about the player himself, quite obviously very talented, quite obviously very skillful, quite obviously very determined. But it also tells you that others have not been able to rise to the benchmark that he set. He's got a standard, and for anybody to topple that standard, they have to be slightly better than he is. And it tells you of the standard that he set for himself and for Sri Lankan players.
On the flip side, Raj, Rindu also has the dubious distinction of losing 3 straight finals from December 2023.
Oh, I always look at it differently, Ashwin. How many people get to the finals? It's just 2 players who get to the finals. Sometimes we talk of such players who lose 3 finals in a row as jokers, but you can also look at how many finals he's won. So I think it's how we view certain things and how we are able to explain a few results. Some of them positive for the player, some of them negative for the player. But he knows he's up against the wild card player. Diwakar Singh is a wild card player. He knows he's up against him, and he knows the challenge is going to be tough. You might think that because it's a wild card entry and in the quarterfinal stage, things are going to be easy for Rindu. But I can sense that Diwakar is going to put up a fight and justify the fact that he's been given a wild card entry.
Like you say, Diwakar has much less to lose than Ravindu. So he'll be more at ease. Ravindu will have the pressure on him.
Diwakar is ranked in the 800s, whereas Ravindu himself is ranked 142 in the world. Obviously not the highest, not even a top 100 player. And at this level, Ashwin, what happens is if you believe in yourself, no matter your rank is 800 plus, we can still come and try and stage an upset. Because after a certain level, you can beat players who are ranked higher than you. It's only the top 50 who might pose a little bit of a greater challenge for the players who are ranked lower. But if you're 800 plus and you fancy beating a player who you believe you can beat, then perhaps you can actually go out there and win. From the looks of it, two superbly fit individuals who are ready for a contest in the HCL Squash Tour Indore 2024 at the Daily College in the marvelous city of Indore, a very ancient town that is known as one of the cleanest places in Indore is, and we've got a great sport culture going back to C.K. Naidu as a cricketer. You know the stadium, the Nehru
Now it's
Stadium
time for
outside,
our
it's got a
second.
victory bat
Now it's time for the
celebrating.
next quarterfinal. Just put your hands together for the referees, Manish and Ashu. Audience, just put your hands together for the referees. And now it's time for the players, Ravindu Lakshmi from Sri Lanka and Diwakar Singh. Guys, put your hands together for the players of today.
Referee to the captain, we are three. And the players now, Ravindu from Sri Lanka and Diwakar Singh from India.
Diwakar has age on the side, he's only 22. Ravindu is 28.
Hi, my name is Ravi Laksiri. I'm 28 years old. Started my squash career when I was 7 years old, and I'm currently national champion in Sri Lanka 11 times in 2013 to 2023, and I won the junior national title for consecutive 3 times. This is my fourth PSA 3K Challenger tournament tour in India. I hope to do my best in this tournament and hope to win this title. Thank you.
Two good players, and this is the quarterfinal. Everything to play for, nothing to lose at this stage. Want to get to the quarterfinals, want to get to the semis, and then to the final, and make a name for yourself on the HCL Squash Tour 2024.
And also warm up in style for the remaining 4 HCL tournaments that are looming large.
Even the warm-up routine is fascinating to watch. You try and get all your shots going. It's more or less muscle memory for them now at this level, and you want each of your strokes to be flowing. Warm-up itself is a fascinating watch.
Also, Raj, I was just noticing, much like in cricket and in golf, the contact with the racket and the ball is made under the chin, under the face. So you have maximum power that you can transfer into the ball. So it's very interesting to watch.
You want it to, you want the racket to get the ball on its sweet spot, as they call it in a lot of other sport, where there's a pattern ball, where there's a racket and ball. You want to make the right contact, ensure that the ball does exactly your bidding. You don't want it to be even 1% of the mark that you want, because if you make those kind of mistakes, you might not a point. very important that you get the game right. Very important that you are able to make contact at the right place with the racket. Great start to the HCL Squash Tour Indore 2024 with the women's quarterfinal going off. You don't want to see one-sided game. Even on your stream, you want to see great contests, and thanks to Navia picking up her game in the third game, we were able to watch a good contest in the end. In that second game where she lost only 7 points, where she picked up 7 points. Then she won 9-11 in that third game, and then she fought hard despite that, having to take that injury break and needing that medical attention.
But for that injury, we may have actually gone into fifth game. But that's only conjecture. You never know.
But at the moment, both these players having switched courts to get the backhand and forehand shots going for them. Still in the process of warming up. I'm sure we're just a couple of moments away from the beginning of what could be an exciting contest.
It's interesting to see how things have evolved around sport, and I'm sure squash is no exception. Things like equipment and diet and working out routines.
I think there's a greater awareness now, Ashwin, among the players on what they exactly need to do, how to keep working on the strokes that are weak, and how to keep retaining their strength and developing them. And then how to become stronger with your physique to be able to last 5 games, maybe an hour on court, and then come back again and rest and recover, and then come back again the following day, or perhaps sometimes the same afternoon for those kind of contests. Lovely to see the camaraderie between the players at the start of a contest. Friendship and respect and excellence, Olympic values that are being promoted very clearly with that gesture of standing next to each other and with the hands around the hips and around the waist, and showing a sense of friendship and respect for each other.
Play will start in 30 seconds.
Immaculate looking facility. Indore really has caters well to its sporting facilities and of course to its
15
sportsmen.
seconds.
I think some of the Indians will be very
HCL
familiar with
Squash Tour
those who
Indore
have followed
2024
squash will be very familiar
men's
with
quarter-final match. Rindu
especially
Luxury of
because the
Sri
race in
Lanka to
the
serve.
South Asian
Diwakar
Federation
Singh
Games,
of
the SAF
India to
Games as they
receive
call,
Mr.
or the
5
South
games.
Asian Games as it's being now called. Very familiar face for them on the circuit. As he now gets ready to take on a wildcard entrant, Diwakar, he's going to be serving first up. One zero, he picks up that first point.
Ravindu's covering the court brilliantly. He just seems to be everywhere.
I think it's kind of expected now that you get to see them try and keep the early part of the play on the backhand for both, where they're kind of warming up for a contest.
Interesting rally.
It's a little slow paced. You can see that they're not in a rush, but the Indian is up 1-3.
Diwakar is marching ahead, getting those vital points. After having lost to Rindu earlier this month, Diwakar would certainly have done his own work and be certainly better prepared to compete against the Sri Lankan opponent.
He's hungry, very clearly he's hungry, and
Yes, net.
I'm sure that's going to be a net.
5. Correction, 4-1.
And another one. Well played. Very engaging rally that, Ashwin.
Ravindu is keeping his opponent in the back half of the court, not allowing him to come to the front. Obviously, clearly surprising with a drop or a kill. There you go.
The reaction time is not going to be much when you play at this level. But this is a fascinating rally so far.
Stroke to luxury.
So much of everything in that rally. Beautifully well.
Brilliant rally. What an outstanding rally. Well, the Sri Lankan has pulled it back 3-4 in his in Indian's favor.
You do a heat map, you know you're going to take this where the backhand is, and that quadrant is going to show a lot of movement, but there is sudden movement also of front diagonally opposite. So it's good to see the ball being moved around and the players having to do a little bit of extra work. Overall,
Even Steven.
this is almost like boxers sizing each other up, waiting for the other to make a mistake. At the moment, it is Diwakar Singh who is leading by 4.
From the looks of it, looks more like Diwakar is moving around the court a lot more than Rindu. Rindu seems a little more in control.
You said it, Ashwin. A greater range of shots he seemed to have, the Sri Lankan.
Oh well.
5 all.
If you notice, Ravindu is hardly giving Diwakar anything on his forehand. It's all on the backhand.
So he's questioning it, like with that little drop in the front.
Drop.
This is a long rally. Who's going to blink first? But there is
6, 5.
a very critical blinking that has happened. A very big point this was for Ravindu, and he's taken that lead 6-5. He was 1-4 down. He's come back to 6-5.
And also these rallies give you that mental edge when you win them.
HCL score 2, Indore
When the next point comes into play.
Undoubtedly, Ashwin, undoubtedly. And sometimes it works on the mind of the player who just lost that point, and you go on to concede a couple of more before you realize what's hit you. So, but it's good to see Diwakar saying, focus hard and do the best he can. Even though conceded that point again is 2 point down now, 7-5 to Ravindu.
Ravindu's experience is coming into play here, and his ability to, or rather, how does one phrase it? He knows how to win a little more than Diwakar does.
Lots of experience there.
Out. And out. 6, 7.
6-7, Diwakar serves.
No net.
That's good.
7, all.
With 7-all.
Interesting contest. Diwakar is not really getting up. It's like a match of equals here so far.
Left right पे खेल.
Let's see how it pans out.
A couple of unforced errors that the Sri Lankan made conceded points to the Indian, but obviously Diwakar is not looking at a gift horse net now. 8-7 he leads now.
Whale shots galore.
Just left 2-1.
Oh, what a drop. Brilliant. 9-7.
7.
I think they were both toying with each other's minds at this point of time with those drop shots in front until Diwakar came up with something really special there. 9-7 he leads and is serving in the first game of this men's quarterfinal of the HCL Squash Tour Indore 2024. 8-9, Ravindu.
It's always a challenge with those drop shots, trying to get it right. Not with the problem. Oh, match point to Diwakar.
Game ball that and he got to work hard in sustaining that lead and trying to grab this first game. Then win 2 more after that. Ravindu is too shrewd a player. There is a measure of comfort though that you're getting to see more players showcase at the moment.
If you notice, Raj, Ravindu never lets go of the tee. He's always there and thereabouts.
It's one of the prerequisites. You're able to get there so that you can then economize on your movement when the ball is played.
Stroke to luxury. And out. 9, 10. Game out.
Oh,
It's
itching
one
goal.
of the game balls, so it's 1 point away from leveling scores. And Ravindu serves now. 9-10 in that first game.
Oh, brilliant.
Number 9, game to
What a
6
shot.
seconds.
And it's the first game to the mark.
Wild card or no, he's one game up. Diwakar has done well to kind of have solutions to all the problems that Rindu was posing him, and to be able to run around a little bit more, and then to play those shots and then capitalize on the unforced errors that Rindu has made. Diwakar's game for that, and should be able to stage that kind of a fight that can help him win the next one. Obviously, it is the Sri Lankan who's fancied to win this match, but he's got himself closer by winning that first game, Diwakar.
I know fitness levels are at all-time high nowadays, but I think the advantage Diwakar has with all the
Leaving
running around the
60
new
seconds.
6-year age gap between the two players. Diwakar is only 22, so that could work in his favor. Not that 28 is that different from 22. It is certainly an edge.
So the top-seeded player, also with years and years of experience behind him. Rindu's had two good wins in this tournament to come through to the quarterfinals.
Leaving resume in 30 seconds.
So he had a bye in the first round, and he did beat Vaibhav Chauhan 11-1, 11-5, and 11-2 in 23 minutes flat. So, a good contest there at the moment, with Diwakar Singh having had to win as a wild card entering the tournament and then getting to the quarterfinal.
So technically, Diwakar has had more court time, if you may phrase it like that, than Indore, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He first beat Kunal Singh in 4 games in 32 minutes. And then he beat the 8th-seeded Akbi Hamad of Kuwait in 5 games over 54 minutes. So he's got the lasting power. So very good effort on his
Ned.
part to get so far. And he's putting up a fight here against the top-seeded Rindu Laksini of Sri Lanka.
8-6. Carry on, please.
Oh, beautiful shot, right at the edge of the line.
So when you beat a seeded player and come into a quarterfinal match against the top seed, your confidence is really up, and that is what we're getting to see, that he's able to translate his confidence and match the Sri Lankan shot for shot, and then perhaps find that winner as well with that slightly surprising element that he brings to the table now.
Well, they're neck to neck right now. Oh, what a shot. And for the Indian numbers up by 1 point, 3-2 in Diwakar's favor.
It will be a good contest, Ashwin, no matter the outcome. I think the beauty of it, for as we are watching this game unfold in front of the match unfold in front of our eyes, is in the manner in which the two of them have gone in a contest that is virtually like staring at each other eyes in the face and being very, very close contest and challenging the other. Which one of them will win? We'll have to wait and watch, but it's really fascinating to see a duel that is so close.
This is how a game of squash should be, and to use a cliche, squash will be the winner, and so will HCL for bringing this remarkable tournament to the public general in India and in subcontinent.
On the PSA Challenger Tour, this is part of the PSA Challenger Tour circuit, which is where HCL's contribution is huge, and the SRF is able to host this tournament thanks to the support of HCL. But when you get to see players from around the continent, especially, this tournament has seen Sri Lankans and Kuwaitis, and it's interesting to see how the sport popularity is catching up. 5-3 to the Sri Lankan in that second game is one game down to Diwakar of India. Diwakar will also draw confidence, Ashwin, from the fact that he made it to the semi-finals of the Pune Club Open earlier this month. There was still a wild card. He's making the most of those wild cards. Got into the semi-finals earlier this month and is looking to get into the second successive semi-final for him. Good long rally this.
Excellent drop shot by Rindu. Diwakar was up to the task, equal to the task.
Down. 4-5.
Diwakar is not letting up. Even though the Sri Lankan has gone up by 1 point, Diwakar is 4 points, Rindu's 5. It's interesting to see how they set each other up, playing on one side of the court and suddenly surprising the other.
And just as interesting to see the responses every single time. This is a high quality match at this level, at the Challenger Tour level, definitely a very high quality match.
6-4.
Rindu 6-4, leads 6-4. And he serves. See the drop shots.
In 60 seconds.
What is good to see is Diwakar Singh's belief that Ravindu is beatable. He's not looking at him as a top seed player, as somebody who's ranked some 500 slots above him on the World Tour. He believes that he can pull the rug from under the feet of the Sri Lankan and is able to match him shot for shot.
30 seconds.
I think some of his inspiration, Diwakar's inspiration, will come from the fact that Suraj Kumar Chand beat the Sri Lankan in 4 games in that final in Pune, in the Pune Club Open, as it is called. And so he knows the Sri Lankan is beatable and is trying his very best, engaging him in that long rally.
7-4. Left side.
Rindu widening the gap, 7-4 in the Sri Lankan's favor. But you can be sure Diwakar is not going to give up.
I think it's about the right execution. He had a chance there to bridge the gap even further. Diwakar did. But I think when you get excited, overexcited, and you're not able to execute the shot to the best of your ability. So 7-4 is down. Having won that first one.
8-4 now. The Sri Lankan is playing angles far better than Diwakar. That's his winner. Using the court to your advantage, using angles in the court to your advantage.
I think the whole area is available to them to exploit, and the Sri Lankan is doing exactly that. And he's no longer offering him only challenges on the backhand, getting Diwakar to run around a
Now,
little bit more.
under 5, 9.
Diwakar pulling back a bit. He still has 4 points to cover. He has to equal Nation and then go on and attempt to win the second game.
Trying to gain some time there to be able to get to the tee. That high ball. Good mix of power and touch. That whole action is most good. It's lovely to watch. Game ball to the Sri Lankan. You can level it at 1-all. If he wins this point.
5, game to luxury. 1.
There it is. So the second game goes to Rindu. 1-all.
First game was won by Diwakar Singh 11-9, and Ravindu's pulled one back, so it's 11-5. Good contest unfolding in front of us. Diwakar will have to raise his game a little bit, a notch or two, to try and upset the top seed and get into the semi-final.
Also, Raj, there's been a lot of mind control techniques that the players use in different sports. I'm sure squash is no exception. Mental strength is not just a quality that you're born with, it can be enhanced these days. And there are techniques and ways and means. So, what's your take on that?
Great question that Ashwin. Just like the body can be trained, the mind can be trained in doing certain things. Just like there is muscle memory, the human mind can be trained into actually visualizing a lot of
Play will
positive things
resume in
and then
60
executing,
seconds.
making it happen as well on the court or on a field of play. So, lots of psychologists now. In fact, there is the Indian Sports Psychologists Association in SPA that come together. About 78 of them now, and the membership is only growing. Lots of Indians who studied psychology and come back to help Indian athletes. We are at the cusp of seeing a revolution. We know that sport is an industry, and lots of players have now started engaging psychologists themselves to be able to deal with anxiety issues, to be able to deal with the stress of preparing matches, and to be able to calm their mind. I think it's very important that when you step on court or step on a field of play, you want the mind to be completely focused and free of any stress or tension.
Love all.
Change of t-shirt for Diwakar.
We're hoping for a change of luck as well. But you can very clearly see that he's been sweating a lot, made to work, exercise a lot more than the Sri Lankan has. It's very important to stay hydrated as well when you lose so much in sweat. And we all know those amazing stories of round, losing a lot of energy through sweat and then coming back in the evening after the long day's play and hydrating himself. Even during playing would work on hydration. So very important. There used to be a time athletes used to think that drinking water during a contest is not the best thing. But now they're taking those small steps to keep themselves hydrated and to ensure that they've got their levels together.
Especially Raj, with the kind of heat wave that struck our country. Hydration is paramount to any kind of, not just success, existence. Diwakar moves up by a stroke, leads by 2-1, the third game.
No matter the result of this match, it's going to be a very enjoyable contest. The top seed up against the wild card, but both having played very high level of squash so far, keeping the spectators engrossed. And I'm sure the fans who are watching the live stream are just as delighted to watch a contest of this quality.
Such split-second decision-making required in the sport. Not just what you're going to do, but keeping an eye open for what your opponent's planning to do. You need to act
It's a bit of both. It's a bit of both. While you're anticipating your rival, you also have plans of your own. Sometimes you're producing answers, and sometimes you're
in the middle of all this. You got to make sure you don't get in his way and he doesn't get in yours.
It's quite a sport, Ashwin, I think, because you're not divided by a net, unlike in tennis or in badminton. You're on the same court, you're sharing the same field of play as your opponent is, and it is not boxing.
Very well phrased.
I think this sport demands that you respect the right of way for your opponent as well and not come in the way. And how you deal with that kind of pressure, how you deal with this additional challenge, is just useful.
6-2.
Right away, if more people in India played squash, we'd have more regulated traffic on the streets.
Very important that point that you make, Ashwin. But here's a great contest that is unfolding in front of us. The Sri Lankan got his nose ahead and is able to make Diwakar Singh turn around the portion of the court a lot more than he did in the previous game. 6-3, he's lead now. Diwakar serves.
From a situation like this, Raj, in your experience, attack is the best form of defense. Isn't it?
We've got to mix it, Ashwin. You play all-out attack, sometimes it doesn't work. We've got to balance your game, and this is what most athletes tell us, that play the ball, don't play the ball,
Now,
don't tell us play the
7-3.
ball, don't play the situation. Let's focus on what we need to do. If you start thinking about the fact that you're 3-7 down in the third game, then your game perhaps can go downhill. So instead of letting it spiral, you've got to ensure that you raise the game a notch.
Now, 8-3.
Rindu is running away with it. 8-3.
The good thing is that while he had lost in straight games in the Pune Club Open, he's taken a game off the top seed at this point of time, Diwakar Singh. The second time that they're meeting inside a month, and he's been able to put up a good fight so far. He lost in the Pune Club Open 3-8 and 12-10. He's picked up that first game 11-9, and he's been able to stretch it in the fourth game. So there is progress that Diwakar has shown, but he will want a lot more.
Is that a leg?
Now, get in. Game ball.
Tightening up the game, a couple of years, and a gripping fight there.
Just under the flag. 9. Sri Lankan is now just 2 points away. And they're just doing the second, pocketing a second.
Yeah. 10-4. Game ball.
Let's make that 1 point.
And out. 5-10. Game ball.
The in giving up. 10-5 in Rindu's favor.
Game ball and then he goes up 2 games to 1.
Game off.
10-6. Diwakar is certainly not giving up.
A long way to go. 4 points before he can either score 10 all. The Sri Lankan will know that all he needs is that 1 point. A little bit extra effort that he makes, which was his to close that in.
Or that one error his opponent makes.
He's comfortable. He's playing at cruise control at this point of time.
Game 6, game 2 luxury.
There it
And he
goes.
sneaked in ahead. He won that third game 11-6 after losing the first one 9-11. He's won 11-5, 11-6, 2 games to 1 to the Sri Lanka.
So far, experience triumphs over youth. Let's see if Diwakar can change that.
Victory is a habit, and the Sri Lankan would want to train as one. He did get to the final, and where he got beaten by the second seeded Suraj Kumar Chand in Pune club. But just after a few weeks, he's ready to try and win this contest. But first up, he's got to win one more game here before he can think of the semi-final. Very good contest so far. The Sri Lankan looks in control after having lost that first game. Ashwin.
True. But it's certainly going to be an interesting fourth game.
Very important part of
Play will resume in 60
finding the
seconds.
energy. Look at how small a step he took to be able to get back some of the salts that he would have sweated out. I'm sure that he's quite ready for a contest. But Diwakar is 1 game to 2 down, and now he'll have to come up with something special to try and win this match from this stage. Doesn't look easy
They
for
will
him
resume in
because
30
he's
seconds.
made a few errors and Sri Lanka is on top of his game. Probably has.
It'll be interesting to see what players of yesteryears did in terms of hydration. Someone like a
15
Jahangir
seconds.
Khan or a Jamshed Khan. How did they hydrate themselves? Did they hydrate themselves sufficiently? How did they function? Because they've been phenomenal squash players.
Court science has evolved a lot, and the thinking process also has changed. Like I said, when we were younger athletes, coaches would not let us drink too much water. They would ask us to stay away, but here we start of the fourth game in the big quarterfinal at the HCL squash tour.
Now, 1 love.
Well, Rindu is wasting no time. He's 1 point ahead.
Now, 1 out.
Diwakar has caught up. So no one's really letting up, and there's no lack of self-belief here on the court right now. For both players.
I think it's been talked up a lot. The killer instinct that people talk about, or the do or die, in a do or die situation, then with your back to the wall, you try and make a comeback, you try and stay afloat, and that is what we're getting to see Diwakar Singh do at this point of time. But he's down, he's leading to 1 in that fourth game.
Oh, make it 3-1.
2-1.
It'll be interesting to see how long this match lasts for, with these amazing rallies that the two players are having.
The other part of sport, you're able to, if you're able to sustain your energy levels and your intensity, when you've completed winning the match, then you've done well for yourself. But if you're drained and you're not able to fight till the very end, then there's something that you need to do about working on your fitness. But at this level, with both players looking in superb condition, I don't think anybody can fault them for not being 100%.
That's what you train for, and that's what someone like a Virat Kohli brought into cricket. Oh wow!
That is a key
What a
battle.
shot! What a shot! It's 4-1 in Diwakar's favor. Diwakar is not letting up. He's looking to pocket that second game and tie scores with the Sri Lankan and go into a decider. Oh, what a shot! Rindu's
Beautifully
class.
played. Lovely angle he found. Didn't give any bounce for Diwakar to pick up and play.
Now 5-2.
5-2 to Diwakar.
He just returned the favor of finding the right angle.
Now 3-5.
No quarter given, none asked for. I think this is what it is. Another long rally. If you notice, Raj, I know different styles for different players, but Rindu relies more on lunges, and Diwakar runs to the ball a lot more than Rindu does.
Both take effort. Both can be challenging for the players. I think they find their comfort zones in being able to do different things and succeed at this level.
Stop. Tanit.
This is a long rally.
That's a lob,
Connect over.
and as you so beautifully put it, it's essentially a lob is so that you can take control of the court again with the team.
4-5.
4-5, the Sri Lankan will serve now. He's played 2 successive finals in India, lost both times to Suraj Kumar Chand. Now ready to try and wrap this game, but he's got some work to do before he wins this match.
Now, one love.
Full stretch. And the ball goes past.
5 neck to neck again.
2 love.
It does get frustrating because you know you got it covered, but the ball kind of veers away from you. You're not able to get hold of it, so it does get frustrating. How you respond to the point that has been lost or ignore it will determine what happens now. The Sri Lankan
6-5.
geeing himself up to lead for the first time
Stop to protect.
in this 4th game.
Love.
Left.
Love side. And now, 1-6.
With this quality of squash on display, We're sure that, and with the excellent live streaming, thanks to HCL's effort, we're sure we're going to be a few, more than just a handful of squash converts by the end of this tournament.
Yeah, when you get to see high quality contests on your screens, you are going to be drawn to it. Look at the number of under 11 players or under 13 players who are in the competition that's being held alongside the junior national. You know that squash is picked up in terms of interest. It used to be just an army sport at one point in time, but plenty of civilians have come in and started doing really well.
And facilities, that is, the college in Indore, these facilities actually help you. You need to have a facility to go and play a sport in. So more of these springing up in India will only help the cause of the sport, and HCL, we are sure, will lay that platform so that squash grows phenomenally in our country.
It does, but at 8-5, Ravindu Aksiri is inching closer to getting to the semi-finals. He's 3 points away.
All the time head up. I'm watching, I'm seeing. Okay.
1-4 down.
Around 6-8.
6. Diwakar isn't letting up, but he needs a little more than just the odd win in terms of points. He needs to go on a 4 or 5 point winning streak to be able to put his match back.
About 3-5. Four, 5. Stop. Run.
That can be very, very
Down. 6.
hurtful. You come very hard, you played very hard, and then to lose a point like that and to be 6-9 down.
If you take a look at the sides of the court, you will see how many rail shots have been played. The walls have been completely
Out. 5, 6.
left with remnants of all these shots. Two points more for the Sri Lankan to cruise into the semi-finals. Oh, what a shot.
Eight, 5.
I think that was a let that was given. You might wonder, so much hard work and then you have to replay the point. Creating it out there, 1 point saved, and another. Match ball for the Sri Lankan. So much control. At the end of the match,
Brilliant win for
7, 9.
Ravindu. Cruises into the semi-finals.
after being down 9-11 in that first game, after losing the first game 9-11, he's come back to win 11-5, 11-6 and 11-8. Great effort from the Sri Lankan. His third successive semi-finals on the HCL Squash Tour in India. He first made it in that tournament in the Hamdard Squash Open that was held in Delhi. And then he moved to Pune where he played the second successive final, but now he's made it three semi-finals of three events in the last few weeks in India.
And it's 2 wins out of 2 against his Indian opponent.
Diwakar Singh has made progress, obviously. He lost the match in Pune Club Open in straight games. He's come back stronger, picked up that first game. But he needs to do a little bit more to be able to beat players of the quality of Rindu. Perhaps he will find the right kind of training regimen that can help him win matches that make a big difference. But great effort from the Indians so far to be able to challenge the Sri Lankans.
Congratulations once again.
This is part of the effort of HCL and the Squash Racket Federation of India to bring you reactions and responses from players who just won matches. Always interesting to see the perspective, always interesting to hear what they have to say about having lost the first game and then trying to stage a comeback.
You get an insight into their thought process, which is very, very, very intriguing.
We get ready to try and for the next match on our schedule. Another quarterfinal that been set up for us. It should be Yini of Sri Lanka against Akansha Gupta of India. The third seeded Yini playing that women's quarterfinals against Akansha Gupta of India.
Will be interesting to see this, Raj, because Yeheni is only 20 years of age, but she's all of 5 feet 3 inches tall. To see how she covers the court will be very interesting. Those lunges are not for her, so she will have to move a lot more to cover the court. But clearly, she's done a good job with that so far.
Yeah, she's ranked 220 in the world on the PSA tour, whereas Akansha Gupta doesn't have a ranking at this point of time. We'll be keen to see how Yini plays and what kind of competition Akansha is able to provide her.
Yini's best performance this year is the quarterfinal loss to Radhika in the JSW Wellington Masters in Jan 2024.
She's not had a great time in India in that last tournament in the Pune Club. She lost in the second round. She would like to do better there. Obviously, she would have wanted to go Divya Yadav. But she's had some good wins in her career, and at 20 years of age, she's going to be all eager to try and beat the Indian opponent. Akansha, as I told you, doesn't have a world ranking yet. Playing as a wild card player, she lost in that first round in Pune Club. She's had a good win as she made it to the second round, and she's beaten the left-handed Janet Vidhi in that second round. She won in straight games, and Janet is one of India's top players, and she's going to represent India in the Asian team competition next month. For her to beat Janet in straight games, 11-9, 11-8, 12-10, speaks volumes of how keen she is to make a mark for herself. She did lose that she conceded a walkover in that in the Pune Club Open, but she's come back to win two successive matches, and Akansha on the right of your screen will want to again make a match of playing against a Sri Lankan 20-year-old Yini Kurupu, 226 in the world, and also keen to ensure that she gets into the semi-finals. Should be another good contest this between two young players.
Raj, Akansha has also won the first round. She beat Khushi Puranik again in straight sets. So the two wins she has had are both in straight sets.
Yes, it does make a difference coming in after having worked out for less than an hour on the two matches. To be able to then come up against a young Sri Lankan, I think Akansha is more than ready for a contest like this. Yini again, as we've talked, had got a bye in that first round, and then she's beaten Arya Dwivedi 4-3 and 5 in the second round to get to the quarterfinal. So good contest coming up. We've had two good matches, both lasting 4 games. So the first match of the day, the women's quarterfinal between top-seeded Radhika and Navia Sundarajan going to 4 games, and then Rindu actually beating Diwakar Singh in 4 games as well. So what's in store now is this second quarterfinal in the women's competition between Yini Kurupu and Akansha Gupta.
Come on, referees.
Thank you,
Now,
Raj. Thanks to HCL.
please put your hands together for the players
I may actually head to
of
squash
HCL
court
Indian
instead
Squash
of the golf course.
Indore 2024. Yini Kurupu from Sri Lanka, PSA ranking 226, seeding 3. And put your hands together for Akansha Gupta from India.
While the spectators put their hands together for these two players, we get ready to watch another good game, good match of squash from Delhi Club Indore. Beautiful venue, lovely college with a lot of steeped in history, and in a city which is very ancient. The Holkars are from, we all know that the Holkars are from Indore, and they've had a great contribution to the evolution of India as a nation, and Indore as a city itself, a fascinating place to be in. This will be another good match that's coming up on our screens now. As the two players warm up,
Also, the sport of cricket almost had its best spinner who hailed from Indore. The best spinner India didn't have, Narendra Modi.
oh, he did play test matches, lots of that, and someone who moved from Gorakhpur to Indore to make life as a cricketer. Now his son also plays some good cricket, always challenging. But this is the important aspect, I think, part of showing one of the reasons why we're showing how players work and how they get ready to ensure that everyone does things right. You might be a recreational player,
Can't afford not to warm up, otherwise injuries can finish your career off. You will have to follow routines, you will have to be disciplined, and you will have to go through the motions.
It is the quarterfinal day today in the HCL Squash Tour 2024 Indore. Big day with 4 men's quarterfinals and 4 women's quarterfinals lined up.
Half time.
5.
Half time.
2 of them are behind us now. The women's quarterfinal, which Radhika Seelam won against Navia Sundarajan 11-2, 11-7, 9-11, 11-6. And Rindu Sri Lankan beating Diwakar Singh 9-11, 11-5, 11-6, 11-8. As we get ready for this, the second of the women's quarterfinals between Yini Kurupu of Sri Lanka and Akansha Gupta.
Down. 4-5. Ball is good. 4-5. From the right. And out 6-4.
Akansha has had a couple of good wins. She's beaten Navia Sundarajan, who we saw a short while ago. She was top seeded in the under 17 a year ago, and she's beaten Navia. So you can expect Akansha to be putting up a good fight against the Sri Lankan and wanting to win that match.
Time.
Well, Akansha has more match time, has had more match time in this tournament in the HCL tournament so far.
Now
There's the toss.
5-6.
She's grown up in Thane, Akansha Gupta, near Mumbai. Goes to a school there, and she's still on the rise on the Indian circuit, but with some good wins against her name. She can be a force to reckon with time and with some effort.
Kurupu seeded 3. Third seed is warming up, and clearly has a game plan. To her mind, she will want to finish this off in 3 sets, but Akansha, I'm sure, has her own plans.
So Kupade.
The entourage, even a squash player has these days. Like you mentioned, a psychologist, coach, physical trainer, and what have you. Sport has indeed become extremely professional, and squash is no exception.
Absolutely. But with a younger player, you will find plenty of enthusiasm, plenty of energy.
Women's quarterfinal match. Akansha Gupta of India to serve. Yini Kurupu of Sri Lanka to
The
serve.
official sites will have very little information on a young player.
Now
You can be sure that sooner than later, Akansha Gupta will become a name to reckon with. She's up against the third seeded Yini Kurupu from Sri Lanka.
What a beautiful drop shot. Akansha has started with a bang
8-7. From the left.
and made it very clear to Yini that she's not going to be a rollover.
She's just 16 years of age, Akansha is, and is one of India's brightest prospects without a shred of doubt. She's leading the Sri Lankan Tula. Early days will give her confidence.
your ball.
She's had the taste of victory before. As an 11-year-old and a 12-year-old, she's had victories under her belt. She knows what it takes to win. But she's up against somebody who she conceded 4 years in terms of experience. But she's leading 3-0 at the moment, Akansha.
The pattern we've seen followed so far, 4-0. The pattern we've seen followed so far in the previous two games is the top seed may lose a game but comes back stronger. Let's see if Yini follows that.
It's very important to sustain the quality of play throughout the match. Not just about winning one game, it's about stitching together 3 games and to be able to sustain that and do a good job. She's racing away to a 5-0 lead.
Game to 10. Game scores 2-all.
He's focusing on Yini's backhand. Not giving her anything on the forehand.
She doesn't want to get too predictable either. And that's Yini's first point that comes up.
Two, 5.
What a shot.
It's taken time to warm up. Sri Lankan who's got a 4-year head start on a younger player. But on the court, they will have to
3-5.
treat each other as equals and try and find ways in which to beat the other.
Yini is fast, narrowing the gap down. It's 5-3 in the Indians' favor.
Stop.
No.
Hello. 6-3.
Akansha is not going to be stopped that easily. Nudging toward that probable win in the first game.
30 seconds.
Yini comes back with a good response there. The forehand had no answer from the young Indian.
15 seconds. 5-6.
Forcing another mistake from the girl from Mumbai. And the scores are level. She lost the 5 games in a row, but she's come back to level with at 6-all. Yini has.
Game scores 2-all. Stop the game. But on the serve.
Again, it doesn't take much for a player to figure out the other on court.
7-6.
Stroke to Patel. 1 love.
Seven all. Yini is not letting up.
Yes, sir.
Akansha has a lot of.
Final one. Mr. Patel.
The confidence that you take from beating a senior player, someone who is ranked higher than you, as Akansha did against Janet Vitti that second round match, is ensuring that she is level pegging with the Sri Lankan at this point of time. She'll have to continue doing good work to be able to get another win under her belt.
Well, she's nudging towards that 11 mark, 8-7 in Akansha's favor.
Two, one.
9-7. Getting closer and closer.
Now, 2-all.
I think she's making the right decisions. Akansha Gupta is with a short selection, and she's able to make the Sri Lankan work very hard.
10-7.
His game ball now.
Her court presence is stronger than the Sri Lankans, at least in this game. She seems to be everywhere.
A lot of game sense that she seems to have acquired over a number of years, even though she's just 16.
Now, 10-all.
There she goes. She's won the first game.
11-7 to Akansha Gupta. A terrific effort from her. And she raced off to a 5-0 lead. Then she saw the Sri Lankan come back to level the scores at 6-all. And she then went on to win the game 11-7. A great first game for Akansha Gupta. That's the Sri Lankan squad there, trying to instill different kind of thinking, trying to make Yini Kurupu think a little bit more with their feedback.
Well, Kurupu is not the third seed without a reason, so I'm sure she has a plan and she has dealt with situations like this in the past. So it'll be interesting to see how she counters it. And Akansha too will be aware that it's not going to be a cakewalk.
Sometimes, Ashwin, what you hear when
60
when you
seconds.
come out of the court for to refresh yourself, the kind of conversation you have with your friends or with your coach can make a difference. And I think this is where the kind of input that she would have got now from her teammates, from her fellow Sri Lankans, can make a difference to her game. We'll have to wait and watch what happens, and see. You can see Akansha Gupta get
Play will resume in
inputs
30
as well. What they hear, what they imbibe in those few moments, and what they're able to execute on court. I mean, planning is all fine, but are you able to execute all those thoughts and do a good job of that? Very critical to see what it really is.
So true. So execution is
6-5.
what matters. You can plan till the cows come home, but if you don't execute it,
Akansha serves in that second game.
it takes early lead.
And now 6-all.
You can sense the pace of the game go up already. The one of the input that she would have got the Sri Lankan from her teammates is to not play at a slower pace, but to control the flow of the game. Akansha comes back with another point, and the Sri Lankan get made an error. So it's 1-2 for
These concepts of slowing down the pace of the game, of picking it up to throw your opponent off guard and off rhythm, we wonder whether they existed in the
I'm
the
sure
past.
I'm sure Ashwin, tactics have always been part of sport, and with the human mind evolving, might have got better. But I think it's one of the fundamental things that you would try, and that things are not going your way, is to alter the pace of the game and to try and dictate what happens there. So if you're a smart player, you will try and do that.
So, yes.
The player who picked up that lead by winning that first game will also try and counter the game instead of playing at the same pace. Sometimes you get carried away, you think that you're dominating so much that you can counter the pace and play the same pace and still win another game. But she's already down 1-5 now.
Let's say 7-9. Six, one.
Make that 1-6.
This is about thrust and counter thrust. At this point of time, it is the Sri Lankan who's doing all the calling the shots at the moment, but Akansha will have to come up with a better strategy. Even mid match, it's possible for her to control the flow of the game. But she's kind of played into the Sri Lankan's hands so far.
But she can take the leap out of Yini because Yini came up and got up with Akansha when she was 5-0 and tied it at 6 all. So there is still hope.
But she's been drawn into playing the game at the pace at which Yini seems to like, and that's not helping her at all. So I'm not so sure why she's trying to match the pace or the power of the Sri Lankan that she started off in the second game. Go easy a little bit, or control the shots, slow the game down, make the Sri Lankan run around a little bit, and try and win that second game. But she's already down 1-9 in quick time.
This brings us back, Raj, to the point you made right at the beginning about being a mind game and how the human mind can be, look at that's 10-1, how the human mind can be.
She's left scratching her head in search of an answer to what has gone wrong in the second game. But from the distance, it's very, very obvious that the Sri Lankan just raised the pace of the game a notch, and she's at the top of, by dropping just 1 point, she's won level peg. She's got the score 1 game all. She lost the first one, the Sri Lankan 7-11, and she's won the second one 11-1. Complete control, she's in command and she's dominated that second game, unlike in the first where there was a bit of a fight. And very clearly the only thing that made a difference was cranking up the pace of the game, pushing the Indian to work a little bit harder. And in trying to match that, I think Akansha Gupta has probably made an error. She'll probably have time to reflect on what went through the first and the second game, and she would notice that the difference is actually the pace.
The interesting thing to notice here is that the Sri Lankan think tank has not said a thing to him after she came back after winning the second game. So it's best to let things flow the way they
They
are.
will resume in 60
Once they
seconds.
point her in the right direction, they're just letting her be.
They say no, don't tinker with something that doesn't need repair. So I think the critical input that she got, she went and changed the pace of the game. It worked for her. I wonder what kind of inputs we're getting to see on the right side of the screen. Lots of intense conversation that Akansha Gupta is having. Lots of inputs, depends on what she's able to process.
30 seconds.
Highlights of the conversation she's able to use to her advantage in that way. So instead of a 5-game match, it boils down to a 3-game match. If Akansha can think of it like that and try and win the next 2 games, she will be home and dry to the semi-finals. But depends on what kind of thinking you bring to the court at this point in time.
And that Yini is in flow. It's proven from the fact that she was in the court before her opponent and already hitting balls. She's not going to take things lying down. She wants to keep the rhythm up, keep the pace up, and decimate her opponent.
Let's let 10-9, match ball. Carry on.
You can predict this, Ashwin, that the Sri Lanka is going to try and keep the pace of the game, control it so that she takes the upper hand. You don't play into your opponent's hands. I think Akansha Gupta will probably take that as a lesson. 1-1 now. She's come back to in that third game.
Oh, what a beautiful drop shot. Outstanding.
Off the backhand. Tough one to do and to manage that. Beautiful shot.
Angles again, angles.
12, 14, 37, 11, 8, 11, 9.
Drawn even, 2-all.
Delightful shot that from the back of the court. Delightful. Making a stretch both on the forehand and then on the backhand. Akansha did really well to test the Sri Lanka attack.
Come on, Akansha.
Well, the Sri Lankan think tank will have to have a rethink here because Akansha has clearly caught on to the pace that Yini had set.
She is racing away to a 2-5 lead. 5-2. She's up in the third game. One game all. Keeping each other super busy.
Six two.
Beautifully played that. She knew her opponent was breathing down her neck, and she placed the ball so far away that Yini had no chance of getting there.
Whoa, what a shot. Outstanding. 7-2. Akansha is on a roll.
Four, 7.
Yini is catching up.
It was a smart thing to do and a dumb thing as well, I guess. Good response that from Akansha.
Minutes left. 8-4.
That's it.
9-4.
Two points away from annexing second game. First second game. Yini is not letting up. It's an interesting contest. In fact, probably one of the most interesting contests of the three we've had.
It's a good battle.
Is that a let?
6-9.
Not really, for 6-9. But so far in the third game, you can actually see that Akansha Gupta has been able to crank up her pace as well. And she's been able to dominate the flow of the game. Still a couple of points ahead.
And out. 10-7.
Good challenge that it's been so far deep in the court that not easy for the Sri Lankan to pick up a ball from there.
11-7 came to Gupta. No, Gupta needs to go through that.
Well, game 2 to Akansha. Excellent.
She's won 2 games. The score so far, Akansha Gupta 11-7, 1-11, 11-7. To be leading 2 games to 1, you can be sure the Sri Lankans will have some inputs to offer for their teammate. And we're down to another good contest. Both the quarterfinals before this in the men and women section have had gone up to 4 games. We're already seeing this quarterfinal also get to the 4th game. When we see one go to the 5th as well, when the Sri Lankan come back, but I think Akansha was in great control in the 3rd game, and if she can sustain that, she should be able to produce a good win and get into the 7th.
60 seconds.
Well, one of two things is going to happen for sure. Either we go into a 5-setter first of the day, or we witness an upset. So we're in for a treat one way or the other.
It's all about immense self-belief that Akansha Gupta has showcased so far. She's tasted blood with a good win over Janet Pili in the 2nd round, and to be able to have a nose ahead against the Sri Lankan 3rd seed, it's terrific.
Yini is back on court, honing her skills, getting her rhythm back before her opponent. Let's see if that pays off.
Gupta leads 2 games to 1. Love. Hello. 1 love.
Well, that's 2 up the Sri Lankan. Yini leads 2-0.
They've been trading punches.
3 love.
Make it 3-0.
Superbly point that. Almost like it was scripted. And she knew exactly what was going to happen when he did.
Also, 3-1. I think Akansha has understood Yini's game plan. She's able to respond better than she was in the first game, the second game. She's caught up now, just 1 point behind Yini.
I think she's had solutions to everything that was thrown at her by Yini Kurupu so far in the last game of the match. She was taken by surprise in that second game where the pace was a little too hot for her, but she's ready for that contest now.
Well, Raj, that's a learning. She would have learned from this game that these things happen. People don't tend to use these techniques and tactics. That will definitely she'll be a better player. For that
4-2 to
lesson.
the Sri Lankan. She's played this point really well. To be able to hold a 2-point advantage at this stage. Yini serves.
Stroke to Gurupu.
It's a call the referee will have to make.
And out. 5.
Six,
Beautiful
two.
drop shot, Radhika. It was 6-2 lead.
Looking at a fifth game as well, it does look like that, Ashwin, at this point of time. The Sri Lanka is taking her time to serve, wants to be in control.
And we're not complaining because the quality of squash is so high. It's kept us literally on the edge of our chairs.
It swung like a pendulum. 11-1 in that second game. She's leading 7-2. Navia coming up from Yini. And the compliment is returned like a birthday gift being returned. 8-3.
Head out. 4-8.
6-5.
Akansha Gupta, 4-8 in the fourth game, leading 2 games to 1.
Head out.
If Akansha has to make a charge, it has to be now because if she lets this run, Yini is only 2 points away from taking this into the fifth set.
7-5.
10-4.
There we go.
Game.
1 point away. And that
2 games all.
a grand finale in the offing, the fifth set. Let's see who dominates that set.
Akansha started with winning the first game 11-7. Then Yini Kurupu stormed back to win the second game 11-1. Akansha came into her own, leading and winning the third game 11-7. But Yini Kurupu from south of India, from the Pearl Island, Teardrop Island as it's called, Sri Lanka, winning the fourth game 11-4.
Tanit.
Setting the stage up for the first of the matches that have gone into the decider today. We've seen 2 good contests in the quarterfinal, but this one has become the first to take us into the
Play will
decider.
resume in 60 seconds.
We have a football enthusiast sitting right behind Akansha. A little out of place, but there's a place for everything is under the
So
sun.
it tells us how sports people follow not just one sport, but they're fans of other sports people as well. And football is probably the most played sport in the world, probably the most followed sport in the world as well. And, quite natural that you're getting a t-shirt that reminds us of some legend from Argentina.
And out. 9-on.
Yini again, the first one back on the court,
15 seconds.
tying her shoelaces and then back to her routine, practicing shots, making sure that she doesn't put her foot wrong in the fifth and final set.
The first round bye would not have done her her much good because she won fourth time and she's had a fairly comfortable win, 4-3 and 5 in that first round against Arya Dwivedi. This is the challenge that she would like, and I'm sure it's going to send her up very well. Start of the decider, the fifth game.
Down.
And it is the Sri Lankan who opens the account. Yini Kurupu, 20-year-old from Colombo. Up against the 16-year-old from Thane in Mumbai.
Up. Head out.
Akansha pulls back. One girl just out of a teammate. And one teammate. It's a young man / women's sport.
Head up. 2-1.
The more experienced players have now got the opportunity of playing doubles, and they just have as much fun on court as they do in the singles court. Obviously, the dimensions are different, but there is so much more competition when you see doubles play.
Head up. 2-all.
It's strange because on the 12th of June in 2022, Mike Corran, an Australian, became the oldest man to win a squash tournament at 48 years and 4 months of age. If you total these two girls' ages and maybe you take another contestant, they still won't match up to Mike.
Fair point that, Ashwin. Age is just a number. I have to keep reminding myself that every now and then.
You're getting younger by the day. Raj, remember that since I've seen you.
That's a lovely belief to have, Ashwin. But this is a great contest that we're getting to see on our screen.
Wow, it's amazing.
3-2 to the Sri Lankan Yini Kurupu, who's third seeded in the tournament, against an unseeded 16-year-old Akansha Gupta.
Head out.
A good combination of brute power and deft touch. It won her that point. Akansha Gupta 3-all in serving.
Brilliant.
Beautiful.
Brilliant. All said and done, whoever wins this contest, the crowd and the viewers have got their money's worth.
That drop, she probably needed it a couple of inches higher for it to succeed and earn a point for Akansha. It's how well you are able to play and get above the line that makes that slightest of differences to whether you win a point or lose it. Be able to play that
6-3.
shot from that height and not get the elevation that you need does tend to impact the outcome. 6-3 to the Sri Lankan, 2-all in the women's quarterfinal between Yini Kurupu of Sri Lanka and Akansha Gupta of India.
Seven, 3.
7-3.
The gap is opening up.
You played a loose shot and you played to play.
Brilliant. 7-4.
To
Akansha.
combine all those angles of the wall and of the floor, terrific effort there from Akansha. 4-7.
Down. Head out. 8-4.
This looked like she just missed it another time.
An inch or so and she would have been in the green.
It's a game of millimeters. I guess all sport is. You don't get it right, so you're facing the wrong end of the barrel of the gun. So you're staring at it. 3 points is all that Yini Kurupu needs to win a tough contest against Akansha Gupta.
Akansha's not letting up. And if you watch these two players play, you won't be really. It's hard to believe that the third seed is playing an unseeded player. They look pretty good.
Beautifully played that.
Glass is permanent. Yini leads 9-5.
7-2.
Brilliant shot. 9-6. Akansha is not letting up. She needs 3 more points to equal Yini. Yini needs just 2 more to cruise into the semifinals.
And out. 8-2.
Intense battle that. No quarter last, none given.
We're all on the edges of our seats.
9-3.
Top draw golf. Squash. I'm sorry I keep saying golf, but
It is a very, very keen contest. And Akansha Gupta can be proud of how she's played this match so far. Although it's not over yet. She's got a couple of points to get close to just one separate them.
what a fight back. What a fight back.
10 minutes. Match ball.
And out.
1 point away
10-5.
from the semi-final berth. Yini.
The match point to Yini Kurupu. She will be relieved. Had it got any closer, it would have been very tense. Great anticipation.
And out. 9-10. Match ball.
Not good enough. Not good enough. At match point, anticipation alone is not enough.
Now. And out. 11-6. They go to Raghu. Raghu needs 2 games to love.
Just look at that.
What a contest it has been.
The match of the day so far. Without doubt. Outstanding squash. Outstanding squash. Two excellent players.
Great win back. Now she needs one more point. To be able to save 2 match points and then to come back to hold one of her own. Akansha Gupta has been phenomenal in those last 3 points. She's leading 11-10. 2 games all, everything to play for. And she's pulled off a second successful.
Brilliant show. Brilliant show. Akansha Gupta upset the third seed. Non-seeded player upset the third seed. And this is what quality squash is all about. Hats off to HCL for bringing this kind of squash to the viewers. The party has just begun.
Why would you not be beaming, Ashwin? Why would you not be beaming after scoring such a win? To be down 2 match points and then to come back to win. Great effort from Akansha Gupta. At 16 years of age, it tells you where Indian squash is headed. It tells you of the super prospects that are waiting in the wing, that have done well for themselves and for India. And she's deserves every bit of the attention that she's getting at this point of time. Great effort from her to win this match after she was decimated in that second game, 1-11, to come back and to win in 5. Super effort from her.
At the age of 16, it tells you a lot about her mental strength. If she's so strong mentally at 16, imagine what she will be when she gets experience behind her.
To have beaten the left-handed Janet Vidhi, who's seeded 5th, and then to beat the 3rd seeded Yini Kurupu from Sri Lanka in successive games will surely put her back. Will get her in among the rankings. Right now she's not ranked on the world tour on the PSA side, but this will give her great confidence as well going into the
Congratulations, Akansha. What do you have to say about the match?
It was a very tough
Three
match,
love.
but like it was a very good experience and I enjoyed playing it
This is my first PSA challenge here too, so I love it. Congratulations once again.
Speaking of left-handers, Tanit Singh Mundra, who's playing the next game, is a left-hander, and he plays against Shamil Wakil. And I'd like to pick your brains on this.
1-3.
Squash is a game of angles, squash is a game of ball placement. How does it affect things, change things around when a right-hander plays a left-hander?
Always going to be a challenge, not just in squash, in any sport. I think left-handers add to the challenge. But I'm sure, Ashwin, the left-handers will tell you that playing right-handers is not just as easy. Because they might get to practice a lot against the right-handers, whereas the right-handers don't get to train enough against the left-handers. And that probably give them a slight advantage. But at the end of the day, it's how well you show up on court and what you do is all that matters.
4-2.
As far as Shamil Wakil is concerned, he's from Sri Lanka. He's ranked third in the tournament. He's given the third seeding. Whereas Tanit Singh Mundra is also a wild card. We just saw one wild card a short while earlier. Diwakar Singh played really well but had to bow out. What does Tanit Singh Mundra do now? We'll have to wait and watch. But he's up against Shamil Wakil. Let me run you through what Shamil Wakil has done in the tournament so far. He had a bye in the first round as the third seed, but he beat Adarsh Panoda 4, 5 and 7 in just over half an hour. A good win for him in that second round, whereas when you look at what Mundra has done as a wild card entry,
5-4.
he has had a good tournament so far, obviously. Beating the 7th seeded Sri Lankan to win Herat in 39 minutes in 4 games in the second round, and beating Kanhar Nanavati in 4 games in the first round. So he's had 2 good wins in 4 games, the Indian. We'll have to wait and watch what he's able to bring to the table against the 3rd seeded Sri Lankan in this quarterfinal coming up.
Both his games, as you have mentioned, Tanit Singh Mundra's, have been 4-setters. So he anticipated
We've had 4 games, 2 matches going into 4th game, and we've just seen a quality contest getting into the decider as well. So I don't think fans will complain much about when they're offered such quality contests. It tells you that this is the quarterfinal stage and there are no easy victories here. And the opponent, the level of play is the standard between 2 players. There's not very much difference that's shown up.
5-10. Game ball.
It's going to be interesting. Yes, we want good context to answer your question. I think we want to see good quality matches. So there's another match that goes into the 4th game. Most welcome.
11-5. Game to Shamil. Nagol leads 2 games to 1.
Tanit Singh Mundra is the wild card in the tournament with 2 victories in 4 games each. Will be up for a good contest against a Sri Lankan opponent, Shamil Wakil, who's had an easy run in that second round after getting that bye in the first round. So great effort from Tanit Wakil Mundra so far. What he's able to do now will hold a lot of interest for squash enthusiasts in India and the fans.
Also, Shamil Wakil is the first Sri Lankan player to win a bronze at the Asian Junior Squash Championship.
Play will resume in 60 seconds.
The HCL Squash Tour Indore 2024 is certainly going to etch itself in the minds of sports lovers and, of course, squash lovers in Indore and in India. Not just in India, the subcontinent. And to anyone and everyone who's watching this live stream, the sport of squash is certainly picking up. HCL needs to be given tremendous kudos for that. And there are four more such tournaments that are scheduled to take place in India later this year. So the sky is the limit when it comes to potential that can be unearthed through HCL's incredible effort.
Shamil Vakil obviously brings in a lot of experience. The man on the left of your screen, 25-year-old from Colombo, is ranked 235th on the world tour. Whereas Tanit Singh is yet to be ranked, at just 17 years of age. I'm not sure that he will want to offer his best and make the most of the opportunity to get into a semi-final at this level, which is a world PSA Challenger level tournament. Great effort so far, but can he sustain it on the HCL Squash Tour Indore 2024?
Raj, as we have seen in the previous match, age is just a number. So 17, someone who's 16 beat someone who was 20, someone who's 17 and very probably beat someone who's 25. But it'll be interesting to see. And the lefty righty combination, that's another thing that I'm really keen to take note. It's going to bring kind of angles into the match that have not been witnessed thus far.
Some years ago, if you had told me, Ashwin, that there would be a player from Madhya Pradesh who would rise and shine and get to the quarterfinals of the tournament. This lad is from Madhya Pradesh, Tanit Singh Mundra, and has led the Madhya Pradesh team already in quality competitions. Good competitor, and if we get to see him show the kind of level that he is capable of, then it might really be a good match.
Can we say he has home court advantage?
He probably played here a lot more than many others. I'm sure it could be good for him.
He certainly has the support of the public. From the looks of their warm-up, it looks like it's going to be a very fast-paced game.
Coming from the Emerald Heights School in Madhya Pradesh, we got some 6 squash courts. It tells you that when schools are invested in sport and they're able to provide the right kind of facilities, players do emerge from there and actually shine for them and make the name of the school be known around the world. And Emerald Heights can be proud of the fact that Tanit Singh Mundra hails from that school. And they've already had somebody who played for India in 2017 and was ranked first in India and second in Asia. So good that the school provide that kind of support to back up the efforts of the Squash Racket Federation of India. At the end of the day, if you have got such facilities at the grassroots level and you're able to throw up more and more players for India to do well, I'm sure then the progress will be positive.
Stretching is such a vital part of any sport. And here we see Tanit going through the motions with this TheraBand activity, his normal stretches, preparing for battle.
To be from the same city where the tournament is being held, I think you're going to find plenty of home support. There will be his fans cheering in the sidelines and right behind the top goal. So Tanit Mundra can have his tail up. He's had a couple of good wins in the earlier rounds, and then he's playing the HCL Squash Tour Indore 2024 against a Sri Lankan who's 25 years old. He concedes the 8 years, plenty of gap there and experience, but I don't think Tanit is going to let that come in the way of putting up a good fight against the Sri Lankan.
We can see a little bit of the elegance that left-handers have when he hits that ball.
Yeah, always great to watch left-handers that play across disciplines because they do bring that elegance to the table. At the same time, they can be as powerful and as strong as anybody else, and while they can combine grace with power, terrific sight to watch. I think the young fans will have to get used to cameras showing them live on live streams and get used to the idea of squash becoming more popular. And if you're going to show up at squash matches, you will get picked by cameras like this, and they have to get used to the idea of being on camera and being comfortable.
And also the rate at which squash is growing in popularity. And the contests, the tighter the contests are, the more emotions are going to be expressed by the public, which is going to be caught by camera, and which is of course going to help the cause of the sport in India and this economy.
I'm fine.
Shamil Vakil, of course, we can't ignore him. Got a really long name like most Sri Lankans sometimes do. MSM Vakil, to give him 3 initials, Mohammad Shamil Mukhtar Vakil, that's his full name. For us, he'll be Shamil Vakil, 235th in the world. Man on the screen, just hit the ball. That fluorescent t-shirt of his, again up against Indore's very own Tanit Singh Mundra, 17 years old. Doesn't have a world ranking at this point of time, but you can be sure that he will get there sooner than later.
It is this new crop of players that we will probably see compete in Los Angeles in 2028, the Olympics. So it's important to keep your eyes screened at their progress and to follow them diligently and support them diligently, like HCL has done. Shakil drew first blood. Two up to Shakil.
A hint of the languid in how Tanit Mundra has fared so far.
Long rally. Let's see in whose favor it goes. Mundra looks equal to Vakil. equal to the task.
And 3-1.
The other thing, Raj, with the lefty-righty combination is, unlike like you'd mentioned, squash is played on one court, not on two separate, on the same side of the court. There's no net dividing you. So when to move away, when you're so used to playing right-hand when to move away and give space to your opponent to hit. It's a little altered.
I guess it's instinctive for both players. It's truly instinctive. Shamil Vakil opening up a 4-1 lead.
Kadal. And 2-4.
Yes, right? 2-all.
Shamil Vakil has been handing Mundra a lot of forehand shots because to be able to hand him a backhand shot, you have to cross him over.
I think they're both attempting playing the cross-court shots a great deal, trying to pin each other on the backhand.
Is that also because they will have to cross each other if they hit the wrong hand?
I guess typically people play the forehand a lot better than the backhand.
Head out. 3-all.
Yes, lad.
Down. 4-3.
6-3.
Vakil moving on to 6 points. That's against Mundra's 3.
Yes, lad. Yes, lad. Now 4-3.
Beautifully played that.
Then
And now
6-3.
4-all.
They'll have to replay the point.
Five, 4.
Another long rally. We witnessed some amazing rallies today.
5-4.
What a rally.
Out. 6-4.
You see such a range of strokes already in this rally.
And Mundra is using his height to good advantage, lunging and reaching for the ball. There he goes again.
And out. 5-6.
And 4-6.
And the rally goes in the favor of the Indian.
And 4-6.
Tanit Mundra 4 points to Vakil's 6.
Out. And out. Now 8-5.
Down. And 7-4.
What a shot. Forced an error from Mundra.
No left. No left. And out. 6-8.
There is so much more of banging into each other in this game. That's right thing.
Well, you would expect that. Khelo India Youth Games champion there from Indore,
-6.
fighting hard to try and make a match of this against a vastly experienced Sri Lankan who's opened up a 9-4 lead in that first game.
Match ball. Net box.
Now, 5-9.
Make that 10-9-5.
5-9.
You can't be dependent only on opponent to make unforced errors. You've got to try and find the winners. Tanit will soon realize and perhaps he will get a place.
The attack is the best form of defense again.
10-5 game ball.
10-5 to the Sri Lankan, the first game of this men's quarterfinals. The HCL Squash Tour Indore 2024.
11-7. Match. 12-10. 11-6. 5-11. 11.
Game to Wakil.
Game 1 to Vakil.
11-5 to Shamil Vakil from Sri Lanka against Indore's very own Tanit Mundra, 17 years old. Some lessons he would have picked up. Depends on how he comes back after this break. What kind of strategy he adopts. Try and mix the game a little bit more. Maybe increase the pace of the game because the Sri Lankan is quite comfortable at how the game is, at the pace of the game, and I think it's time for Tanit Mundra to crank up the pace just that bit.
Well, look at the experience someone like Tanit Mundra is garnering by competing in this HCL Squash Tour Indoor tournament. Because this opportunity, thanks to HCL, has reached players like Mundra and players like Akansha. They're given the opportunity to compete with such world-class players and to improve the game and to perform. That increases their self-belief or self-confidence. It does wonders for the sport in India.
Good to see him have played the Hamdard, the Northern Star tournament in Delhi. Good to see him have got into the second round there. And then now he's playing the quarterfinals. I think when you combine both, look at the experience he's picked up in the 5 matches, the learnings of competing at this level. Yes, you are a Khelo India champion, which is terrific. But I think this kind of competitions again, people from overseas will give you the confidence as you try and become a better player. I think there's great learning for Tanit Mundra.
Set 2, all set to commence.
Down and out. 1 down.
Mundra's begun on an aggressive note, grabbing the first point.
Down and out.
Vakil's pulled alongside, it's 1-all.
Vakil is going to try and control the game. He's shown that he's going to control the pace of the game.
He's racing ahead 3-1. We're not even 2 minutes into the second game.
Okay, looking at the ref there.
Yes, net. 3-1.
Hoping for some
Yes,
support, but
3-1.
I think they called for a let. They're both mixing it up, Ashwin. But you use the entire length and width of the court.
Very intriguing drive.
Yes, net. 3-1.
A second let.
Yes, net. 3-1.
And a third one as well.
Mundra is using all the angles he can. But the Sri Lankan is up to the task.
His court coverage has been blended. Joaquin able to get to the right positions and using time to be able to execute his shots.
Brilliant shot. And then he moves one shot closer to Sri Lanka. As you mentioned, Raj, he will need to increase the pace or change the pace or alter the pace as the person to be able to get ahead of us. And there he is. He's equal, goes alongside him. 3-all.
There is a gentleness to this match. And I think it's beautiful to watch. I think people are used to watching a faster pace the game. Then they might wonder what's happening here, but both are playing tactically. Both are trying to find ways in which to nudge ahead of the other and see if there are any openings to exploit. But they're both playing a tight game at the moment.
Waiting for the other to make a mistake. But one thing's for sure, the heat map, as we mentioned, we showed at the end left not 1 square inch of the court untouched.
Absolutely. 4-all in the second game. Sri Lankan leads, Wakil leads 1 game to last.
Very deft wrist work by Mundra. But the point goes to Vakil.
Sometimes when you're attempting touch play, Ashwin, you need to have the right amount of power for the ball to get the right height. And when you don't do that, you end up looking graceful but not winning the point.
Play will start in 30 seconds. 15 seconds.
Wow.
And out, 5
What a
all.
rally and what a finish to that rally that Mundra has managed.
A match of equals is what it looks like right now in this set.
Close the door. HCL squash tour Indore 2024.
Shamil Vakil, who got into the semi-finals of the Pune Club Open, is perhaps bringing all his experience to bear at this point of time because he knows the young man from Indore is challenging him, is proving equal to the task, and Shamil Vakil has had to bring all his experience and visibility.
Down. 1 love.
There has hardly been a point in this match which hasn't been a rally.
And each of them has seen a diverse range of strokes.
7 left ball.
Slowly opening up the gap, Vakil. 7-5 in the Sri Lankans' favor.
7-5. 2 love. Allowed. 1-2.
And sometime in the future, when you look back at this match, at the video replays of this match, Tanit Singh will perhaps identify some areas that where he could have been better. But this has been a good workout for him in terms of raising the game. And I'm sure he's pleased with what he has achieved so far. Even though he lost the first game 5-11 and is down 5-9 now, he will have some positives to take away from this.
Just 2 points left for Vakil to the next second set. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! 10-5. Vakil is clearly racing ahead now.
He's up
2 games.
2 games to love, winning both at 5. Shamil Vakil from Sri Lanka, from the capital city of Colombo, looking to make his second semi-finals on the Indian leg. He did have a good tournament in Pune at the Pune club, where he got to the semi-finals before he lost to Suraj Kumar Chand, the eventual winner, and is now looking at getting into the second successive semi-final.
He's just 1 match away.
He's had 2 quarterfinal appearances in UK, both in London and in Bristol. And he's looking to get better than that by making it to the semi-finals one more time.
And it's interesting to see Akansha watching this game. Even though they just finished the game, they haven't left. They're sitting and watching and supporting each other. That's great for the tournament.
I think it's about learning, it's about picking up nuances and understanding what happens when you're up against a superior player. Akansha Gupta, of course, having beaten Janet Vidhi yesterday and Yini Kurupu today, storming into the semi-finals of the women's competition. And perhaps Tanit Singh Mundra will just have to look over his right shoulder to find inspiration of somebody who went on self-belief and went on to win that quarterfinal match of
Level
ours.
within 30 seconds.
Well, Mundra has the game to pull back. He just needs to execute it, like you say.
Down. 4-5.
I wonder if he's going to change the pace of the game. If he can hasten it, if he can push Shamil Vakil around the court a little bit more and at faster paces, he might just find a solution. I haven't seen him do that. Both the games, the first two games, he played at the same pace, played more or less similarly. Happy to engage the Sri Lankan in long rallies. Here they go for the third game.
Sri Lankan's at it. He hasn't. He's putting his pace before. Good drop shot. Volley.
Down.
Mundra.
1 love.
Draws. Sorry. Vakil draws first. That was below the line.
Two love.
2-0 to Vakil.
Down. 7-5.
Vakil is all over the court, just simply all over the court. Wherever you hit the ball, you'll find him.
That's the reason I'm saying that Tanit Singh Mundra has to perhaps increase the pace of the game.
Down.
He's
8-5.
there is a comfort level which Shamil Vakil has found, and perhaps Tanit Singh Mundra is playing into his hands by not trying to change the pace of the game.
It's like a batsman in good nick. Vakil is presently in that stadium.
Down. 4 love.
4-0. Mundras is unable to get above that line. He's missed it twice. They could have been sure winners, but Vakil has benefited from Mundra's errors.
7-8.
And yet again, 5-0. Vakil is just running away with this one. 6 more points, and he will move to the semi-final.
No net. 6 love. 9-8.
It's turning out to be a one-sided contest.
Down.
The Sri Lankan
Love.
dominating the third game so far, 6-0 now.
And out. 1-6.
6-1. But there's a long way to go for Mundra. If he has to salvage this game and then come back into the match.
Roll it. Nine on. Correction. 10-9 to keep out. Down. 7-1.
7-1.
7-1.
Vakil is on cruise control.
It's going to be tough for Tanit Singh Mundra to stage a comeback, but we've seen sport
2-7.
where people have turned around completely from seemingly lost positions. 2-7 down in the third game, is already down 2 games.
10 on. A player must be 19 points.
Vakil 4 points away from a semi-final berth.
Down. 8-2.
Now 3 points. This is seemingly a one-sided affair. The Sri Lankan has showcased some top drawer squash using his experience to his benefit. An 8-year gap between the two players. Vakil is 25 years of age and Mundra only 17.
That. 9-2.
9-2 in Vakil's favor. Just 2 points to go for the Sri Lankan to move into the semi-finals.
Is there 10-2 match ball?
And now just one. Game ball, and that is
10-2 match Rocky. 3
the match, game, set, and match to Vakil, who cruises into the semi-finals, beating Mundra in straight sets.
A second successive semi-final appearance then for Shamil Vakil from Sri Lanka in the Indian leg, and look at him, he's not satisfied with having won 11-5, 11-5, 11-2. He's still hitting a few balls on the court before he steps out of it. Very hungry, setting up a semi-final entry there. The HCL Tour Indore 2024 at the Daily College in Indore. We've already seen four quarterfinals. This was perhaps the most one-sided of the contests we've seen. 3 great quarterfinals ahead of this. But this man on your screen, Tanit Singh Mundra, will take some learnings after having given his best. He knows that his best was not enough today. I'm sure at 17 years of age, he will come back and he will reflect on the game, on the match that was played, and will come up with learnings and become a better player than he already is.
It's been an exciting day of squash, some outstanding rallies, some amazing shots, some amazing comeback stories. All in all, HCL and Indian squash are winners for today's contests.
Congratulations once again, Vakil. Big round of applause for Vakil.
14-14, game ball. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. Time. Sinwar leads 1 game to love. Love. Down. And up. 1 love. Two love. 2 all. Down and out 3-2. Out and out. Set 3 all. Four, three. Down. 5-3. Down and out 4-5. Down and out 6-4. And out 5-6. No left and out 7-5. And out 6-7. Ball was good. And out 8-6. One out, 9-7.
Follow this point.
10-7 game ball. From left. Down. 11-7 game to Singwal. Singwal leads 2 games to love. Play resuming 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Play will resume in 15 seconds. Singwal leads 2 games to love. Navia.
The pickup was good. Pickup was good.
1 love.
Yes, sir. For safety, he was nowhere near the ball. You could have played it.
Play let.
Beg your pardon? You could have taken. He was away. The ball was high. You had the entire court to play. You were fishing for a net. Close the door properly. And be careful.
1 love. love. Out. 3 love. Four love. Down. 5 love. And out. 1-5. And out. 6-1.
Stroke 2. America.
And out. 2-6.
Stroke 2. Radhika.
Stroke 2 Elmark Revi. 3-6.
Stroke 2. December.
Stroke to same ball. And out. 7-3.
Carry on, please.
Seven three. Down. 8-3. Down. 10-3 match ball. Down. 11-3 match to same ball. 3 games to love. 15-13, 11-7, 11-3.